G'day everybody and welcome back to Venus, where I'm actually doing pretty well. I've got my greenhouse going, which means I've got oxygen being produced. Not particularly quickly, but at least I've got oxygen being produced, and once I... Whoop, that was more sensitive than I thought it would be. Once I've filled out all of those planters, I suspect I'll start getting a moderate amount of oxygen. I have been convinced, after my little, let's say, unhelpful reaction to Harvey's, I've been convinced that I will, once I've got my gas storage room and a few other things done, I will try and create a second plant room that's like my industrial plant room for switchgrass to convert it into hydrogen and oxygen and then water. So yeah, that's the plan. Also, thanks Puppet Tim. Thank you for 7 months. Thanks Meat Maker for 3 months. Thank you Bill for the Prime sub. And Shadow. Thank you Reko for the 200 bits and Shadow for 29 months. And all the everything else. Just for those of you wondering, I will be streaming with Shadow later today, my time. Much later, like 14 hours from now. Later. So, at the end of last stream, I was working on my kind of gas room, for want of a better term. Basically, it's going to be my gas storage with a hothouse on top, I suppose. And I managed to get through a decent amount of it. But my idea was to make something very large like this and then put a layer of glass on top. I then saw someone's design of their base in a screenshot. Oh, you're kidding. Came out here without battery in this. No! I gotta go back in. I then saw someone's design of their base and I was like, ooh, could I implement something like that here? And it makes me want to build a more vertical base at some point. I think I might still have the gas and heating room off to one side, but I'll see what I can do as time goes on. But I think I'm probably a bit stuck with how I've designed this one this time, with it being quite flat. But I'll see if I can come up with an option for building a lift and having things a bit more vertical, because I think that could be fun. Oh, thank you, Reko, for another 200. And Tony, thank you for 18 months. And Chuck, for 19 months. Thank you very much. And JC Gamer Inui for 4 years. Dang. What is Shadow streaming in 14 hours? Shadow's response? Pain. Okay. Not sure what I've signed myself up for. Or did I misread Shadow's response and was a response to a different comment? Oh, I see what Shadow's response was to. Her pain response was to how does Shadow feel about the stuff all on the floor in my base. That does make more sense, but the other option was more fun. So, I need to weld up this whole thing, get a whole bunch of plain old walls, and then cover this with glass so that it can start heating up, because that way, hopefully, this will be nice and hot by the time I get around to setting up some sort of heat exchanger with the gases in here. What I was thinking last week was I was going to try and take the hot gas out, but maybe I should just do a heat exchange with it, especially since my other hothouse hasn't exploded yet. And if my other hothouse hasn't exploded yet, then it means I know that the standard gas, or the standard pressure of Venus isn't high enough to cause it to explode. Therefore, I don't need to mess with the amount of gas that's in the volume that I enclose. As long as I'm taking some of that energy out by exchanging the heat, it shouldn't ever get to a point that it explodes.
Waste tank caution.
Thanks, Dakari. Oh, jeez, what happened to my voice this then? Thanks, Dakari. Thank you for the 12 months. Thank you for 1 year. And Roa, thank you for 9 months. I thought that was to replenish the actual gases that you'll be using when you use the furnace. Well, I can replenish those gases in a multitude of ways. But yeah, I guess that is one option. But I could also just, if I'm exchanging the heat well enough, I can replenish the gases from the gases that fell through. That come from come out of the furnace. So I can replenish from there as well. Both options kind of seem like they're equally reasonable to me, which may mean I'm missing something important, but they do seem reasonably equal. So I honestly don't know which way will be simpler to set up. The advantage of doing a heat exchange thing is that then any of the gas shuffling I'm doing, I'm not doing it connected up to the really hot room and don't have to mess around with any piping in there. But even still, I wouldn't necessarily need to because I can use insulated pipe to bring that hot gas down and then mess around with it. So I genuinely can't think of an advantage to one way or the other. Like whether I just take heat out of the room or whether I try and replace gases in the room. Right. We need more of these. Many, 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 many more of these. Should have had those going while I was out there welding things. Chuck, you can request anything you like. Whether I'll actually do it? Yes. Oh, that's what I was going to do while I wait for that. Let's see what I need for carbon dioxide heavy filter. Ooh, stellite. Do I need to go to that? I don't really need to go to that. I can just go medium. Do I have any silver? I don't think I do. Alright, I might need to go set the smelters up to smelt some silver, but I'll build that one for now. Right, silver. 1, 2, smelt, 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 smelt. Thank you, Orsa. Thanks so much for 5 gift subs. Yeah, Charity, I do feel better, sound better. Thanks, Orsa. Jeez, 285. Conflicted Shadow, the starting conditions in Stationeers have been changed in the last update. They have changed a whole bunch of stuff for how you, like what you get and how it's all supposed to work. There are some starts that are... I think the idea of all the different restrictions are that they've tried to make it so that you have particular challenges for particular planets or starting places. Yeah, and I think Europa doesn't get an advanced airlock anymore. It just gets a plain one because they wanted to use Europa as the point for encouraging people to figure out that issue. Whereas if I'd started here on Venus with the new conditions, I would have had a lot more stuff. I think including some seeds now. And I wouldn't have had to explode my pipe outside. Thanks, Ixon Dragon. Thank you for 6 months. Yeah. I like to believe that maybe one of the devs watched me struggle to get seeds, and so decided to include seeds for the Venus stuff as a result. It's probably not the case, but I like to believe that. I mean,
Air tank low.
yeah, not having to explode the pipe is almost sad. However, they are making... I don't know if whether they've already done it or not, but they were planning on having a normal mode start and a brutal mode start. So I reckon there's a very high chance that the brutal mode start is going to force you to do things like exploding pipes to make effectively passive vents and things like that, so that you have to use every single trick you know. So there'll be a brutal... I think they're planning on a brutal mode start for each planet as well. Which I think is a great concept, because it means there's something... It's a better start for new players to get their head around it. I probably don't have much more oxygen. I should go in and get that fixed up. Yeah, Takari, they've also looked into stuff for multiplayer starts with, like... There's a big group start option that they're planning or have done. Because
Air tank critical.
the big group one would kind of allow you to basically construct a whole base right at the beginning. So suitable for, you know, 5 or more people. The concept being that they don't want people having to be standing around waiting at the start of a bigger multiplayer session, because that's kind of what happens. Even in Terraformers, where we had a bunch of extra stuff that we added in, TFE, Shadow, and Capac were kind of relegated to mining duties at the start because we just didn't have enough stuff for more than 2 people to build, and we kind of didn't even really have enough stuff for 2 people to build at a reasonable pace. But yeah, the brutal mode, I think, I like the concept. Oh. I'm out here now. Almost done with the welder, at least. At least for the roof bit. Stackers? Who wants a stacker? I don't want no stackers. I like my piles. They're explosive and entertaining. Yeah, there we go. Battery's dead. Oh, no, it's not. Battery's not dead. I'm out of steel plate in my hand. Yeah, Conflicted Shadow, they do have a difficulty where you don't have to worry about food and stuff. Though it is a DLC, because if you buy the robot DLC and you play as the robot, you don't have to worry about food or water. Nuclear batteries when? Yeah, I should have a look at how expensive nuclear batteries are, actually. Yeah, we'll stop there. So I also need walls. Lots and lots and lots of walls. And it doesn't seem like I need to get padded walls or any fancy walls, so just go regular walls. I'm also thinking I need to make a whole bunch of glass. That's right. Battery. Nuclear. What do you require? Astraloy. What do I need to make astraloy? 30 to 40 at above 1,000 Kelvin. Okay. Let's make some astraloy. I need lots of these walls so that can just run. You've got gases in you. I need to put in... Oh, I should have brought some steel through. Dang. What's on the cards for today? On the cards for today is building my gas handling room and my hot house. That's my plan. If I manage to get through that, then I'll come up with something else. Thanks, Chipsticks. Thank you for... Oh, just shy of 2 years. Thank you very much, man. So, if I put 200 steel in, I need 100 copper and 100 cobalt. Do I have 100 copper? I've got 100 cobalt, so yeah, I'll have 100 cobalt. Cool. Let's put these in. Make a bunch of astraloy. And then I'll replace all my batteries with... Oh, it's gotten too cold. Yeah, I don't know what goes on with those emotes sometimes, Chipsticks. It's weird. Okay, did not realize that was still on. But anyway. Steel is in. And... process. There we go. Get 100 cobalt. Make sure I've got that right. Thanks, Nalnu. Thank you for the prime sub. Yep, Barnaby. I do remember you don't get as much from the higher tier ingots, which is why I'm making a double batch. I don't need a huge amount of it right now, but that's, yeah, why I'm doing 100 minimum of the cobalt and things. To try and get more. Because I'll only end up with 200 grams of it, which should be enough. Okay. So we need 1,000 Kelvin, which means I should evacuate the chamber. I should check the gas pressure in this pipe. Make sure I don't overpressure it, but it should be okay. How much money to just buy the tier 3 ingot versus making it? Honestly, I'm not sure, but there are better things for me to buy than tier 3 ingots that I'm capable of making, in my opinion. Because I want to have things like buying water or buying oxygen or buying nitrogen, particularly buying water, and buying water is relatively expensive. I've been trying to hold on to my cash for doing that. Thanks, Pendragon. Thank you for the tier 2 for 7 months. Thank you very much. And yeah, I've got a fair bit of hot gas here, so hopefully hitting the pressure mark won't be too difficult. It is going to burn through a lot of my hot gas, which is annoying. But, you know, it is what it is. In fact, knowing that, should I try and make an even bigger batch? Nah. How much astroloid did I need for the for the battery, actually? Let's go check. The cobalt off-gassed some... Yeah. Yeah, it did. That could be interesting. I have some hydrogen in my thing. I should get some lights in here at some point today, if I get time. Oh, I don't have a roof yet, so... Or a ceiling. Feels lower priority. Okay. That's a bit tidier. But that should probably still keep going. I should make a couple more of these. How slow are they? Just going to check how much astroloid is actually required for this. 10 grams. I kind of want to... Don't know what I want to do with that. Thanks, Mordred. Thank you for the Prime sub. Make the biggest batch I can. Yeah. I should... Actually, I should, with the gases left over, be able to make some more steel, too. So if I use up most of my steel, that's probably okay. Alright. That's going to make a few people happy. So... 1, 2... Oh, nuts. Oh, splitting this, I guess. Okay, what's happening with my gases? In my places that have, now gotten some hydrogen in them. It must have cooked off. Pipe network's empty. Alright. So let's get a bit of gas in. Some more back in here. And we'll make even more. Does the wind tunnel turbines provide more power than that of the windmills? I've never used those sorts of turbines, but no, I don't think so. But that may change if they ever get round to adding the whatchamacallit, nuclear side of stuff. So then we're going to need some sort of turbine that the steam from the nuclear generator, from the nuclear reactor, produces. Yeah, I do remember things like in the past making up alloys like this and being like, yeah, I should probably just make the biggest batch I can because you get so little from it. I know I've bought some of this and that I've got it sitting probably in my tool maker, but I figured since I was going to have to make some, I should just make some. The nuclear power stuff I think will be really cool when they add it. I hope. Now, this hot gas is a lot hotter than I need it to be. Like, it's about 300 degrees hotter than I need it to be. So I'm wondering if I can get away with just adding it to the existing chamber so that I don't have to put as much extra gas in there. Which I think I will do. And hope for the best. I'm pretty sure all those volatiles just probably cooked off, and there wasn't enough of an impact of them cooking off for it to be a problem. Oh yeah, temperature's going up fast enough. This should be fine. I need 30 megapascals, okay. Get some more gas in there. Keep watching this pipe. Turn that off for a sec, see where we're at. Well, I'm definitely going to hit the temperature mark, so that's good. Just got to get the pressure there. Yeah, I don't know what the what their I made a reactor and it failed kind of plan will be for the game. I'm sure they've got something in mind. $25. Alright, almost there. Let's turn that off. And 30. There we go. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to press that. There we are. 200 grams of astraloy. Now, let's use this to make some steel. Hopefully I've got enough iron to match that. This might get high pressured. Because I haven't off-gassed any coal. Or this might drop the temp a bit too much. Still, it shouldn't take as much work to get this hot, hopefully. Oh, I do not have enough iron. I'm gonna have to go mine some just to make the steel. Oops. What's our pressure at? 37. Yeah, and it's gotten cold already. Well, that didn't work. I was hoping I would get it. Be able to get this steel made with it, but doesn't look like it. Yeah. Alright. So I've got 200 of each. Yeah. So I need more iron, which I can just go out and quickly grab some. No, let's empty my waste tank first. Quickly grab some iron and then I can mine that. Oh. Oh. Bad roll. Just noticed my suit, my spare, waste tank's full. Need to fix that. I have saved my life with that waste tank, that spare waste tank a few times. I really don't want that to be full. Oh, thanks Max Rocchetti. Thank you so much for the 10 gift subs. Thank you very much. Oh. Oh. Is Storm. Uh, I'm glad I got your name close to right. I knew I wasn't going to get it completely right, but I thought I'd do my best crack. As an Australian, yeah, my accent's always going to mess things like that up. I'm glad I was close. Oh, wait a sec. Do these have anything in them? Or did I empty them? Oh! Oh, I've got iron in that one. I've probably got enough iron, too. I might just go back inside. I don't really want to do much mining today. I did heaps last time. I'm gonna have to do more digging out of my big gas storage room anyway. I'll take 90%. That's a pretty solid mark. It's rotating the gas in the heater pipe heat the gas faster. No. The way pipes work in Stationeers is that, or, well, any volume works in Stationeers. There's no flow within a volume. And when I say a volume, I mean, say for example, this tank and these pipes. The tank is one volume, the pipes are one volume. The entire pipe network that's connected is a pipe volume. Putting in things like these valves separate one pipe volume from another pipe volume. So this pipe network that goes into these heaters is all one entity. It doesn't matter where these heaters are on that pipe network, it will heat the entire network equally. So we don't have flow per se. But we do have flow between the tank and the pipes. So the heat energy in the pipe networks needs to exchange with the tank so that the tank can then get hot as well. Hopefully that made some sense. But it's important. It's an important thing to remember about Stationeers that side of things doesn't quite work as you might imagine from the real world because there's no flow. 3-to-1, so I need 600 grams of iron. And that'll replace all the steel that I used and then some. Yeah, and the game doesn't quite properly follow all gas laws either. It's pretty close though. I do always, every time I come back to Stationeers after a little bit of a break, forget that they don't have adiabatics. And that always messes with me a little bit because I'm expecting, yeah, if I pump this full of gas, it'll get hot because of the pressure, and no. But it's still the most detailed gas simulation of any game I've played. Especially a first-person game. Okay, so we got enough stuff in there. I just got to get this hot enough. Let's empty this out. Do. Like I mean, Stationeers is a pretty niche game, so it's not likely. Eventually, I'm sure we'll have games that simulate this stuff in more detail, but it's pretty cool that we have at least this for now. The furnace kind of has adiabatics. Yeah, it kind of does. You're right, Dominator. It kind of does. But still not really, because it... Actually, no, it doesn't. It doesn't. The furnace feels weird, though, sometimes. Yeah, got some hot gas in there. Let's put that in there. Just need to get this above 900, don't I? Steel. Yeah, 900 Kelvin. Oh, come on! I was so close. There we go. Alright. That's some smelting done for my day. I did not check my... I didn't check how full this was getting. Ooh, I got close. I got very close. That's what it's at now after some filtering. Whoops. Might have made that a little bit too full. I almost got an explosion there. That is something that is going to be fixed with my new setup. So I will have a full, large waste tank for all of that to go in before it then gets filtered. Oh yeah, and Stationeers is on sale right now. I am not sponsored by them. Their lead dev did give me some gift subs, but I'm not sponsored by them. But yeah, it is on sale right now. There's a open world crafting, I think. That Steam thing. Alright. So, I'll dump my steel over here. Put my astraloy in here. And make some nuclear batteries. It's pronounced nuclear. What Stationeers is after watching you and Kabak play with gas cannons. Man, chipsticks, that was so much fun. That was genuinely some of the most fun I've had in Stationeers was making those gas cannons with Capac. Just having a fully serious a few hours in the game and then spending our last hour trying to destroy ourselves and our base in the most creative ways we could was just a whole lot of fun. A lot of those cannons that we used back then wouldn't work now, sadly, but man, it was fun. That was was just over pressurizing a room until one of the walls, which we deliberately made able to break, just fired a whole bunch of rocks and ores at us, and so hard that it smashed our hard suits and killed us. Hello, Charlie. Are you done whinging at the back door?
Power critical.
Decided to come join me. I was hoping this battery would finish, but it's not gonna. There you go. Charlie says hello to stream. My flapping her ears so loud that my mic picks it up. I don't want to leave these batteries running and just being made, because then I might end up with like 15 of them. I don't really want 15 of these, I think. Probably. I might be able to leave it running, actually. Oh, what the heck, let's leave it running. What's the worst that can happen? Also, how is my power situation on my base looking? Oh, it's great. Yep. Cool, we can drain that. Since the nuclear battery can drain basically a station battery, a single station battery. Shadow, she always gets a pat when she comes in. She walks up to me and bumps me with her nose. He says hello.
Hunger
Yeah.
caution.
Down the hole. Now, I want to do something that's going to be silly. I'm gonna have some windows in my build now. It's gonna be costly from a power perspective because I'm gonna have to cool things down, but I'm I'm sick of everything feeling underground and doomy, gloomy, dark horribleness. So I'm going to have at least a little bit of planned windows. I'm going to have those 2 bits as windows in my filtration room. So what I'm building here is my gas storage room. On the roof of the gas storage room is going to be my solar gas heating. Well, Barnaby, I kind of want the daylight to come in. So, yeah, I know shuttered windows to close during daylight would stop, but it's more that I actually want daylight. I want to be able to see outside from more of my base. And if that means I need better cooling, then I'll just build better cooling, I think. Now that I've got a cooling system that is working, and once I get this gas storage built properly, I'll be able to increase the capacity of that cooling a lot more. Yeah, of course the gas... Actually, am I going to spend... Yeah, the gas storage room needs windows. Yes, it does. Not sure why. But it's also my furnace room, so it is a room I'll spend some time in. Charlie, stop doing your paw. Oi. Good girl. Okay, let's go get some walls. Yeah, moving away from troll holes and into the light. Exactly. Lancy, why not IC code the printer's quantity? Have you met me? Have you seen me trying to code things? That's why. Also, they're really slow to make these, so I don't think it's going to be a problem. And... Oh, this one's almost done. Let's get it on the charger. I don't want to use just someone else's code. Like, if I'm going to be coding something, I'm going to be coding it. Oh, wow. I think I know why you didn't come and join me straight away in the shed, dog. Because that is chemical warfare, I tell you what. Oof. Right. Tov, I plan to connect the new room to the base, yes. I'm trying to do things in a vaguely efficient order. So, the idea is that I will create the roof heating space so that it can start building up its temperature long before I ever get around to using it, because the other the other room, the test room, it's already above 1,000 Kelvin. I think it's at almost 1,100 actually, which is pretty epic that it's gotten there without me having to put any energy in at all. Now, I think I want to put the windows on the outside. Yes, I do. Last week I was talking about whether I want to try and make some sort of more efficient way of using the windows to heat up. I might do something that's a little bit better than just making a single rectangular room, but I'm not going to try for anything that's ultra efficient, utilizing the fact that the more windows equals more heat. I'll use it a little bit, but not too much. What I do want to make sure I've got for here, though, is a way to get... I need to place some pipes down and a way to get access to those pipes so that I can utilize the heat in here without having to go into the hot room. I don't think there is any heat loss at night, actually. It was discussed last week in chat, and I think the consensus was that there's no heat loss at night through the windows. Which is obviously not realistic, but is the way the game is. Lancy, I don't need to use padded windows because I've got a test room that's working perfectly fine with these windows, so I don't need to. Like, it's literally up to a massive temperature already, and the pressure differential is not a problem. I can prove it. This, standard walls, up at 732 degrees Celsius, so just over 1,000 Kelvin. There's only 325 kilopascals in there compared to the 239 outside, so it's not even 100 difference yet. Can you make a chute system to drop chickens into the hot room for hands-free fried chicken? Can chickens go in chutes? Alright, so how many rows have I got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So what if I do this? So I was thinking of just doing is having a couple of cutouts that run most of the length. That'll add a few extra windows. Might make it heat up a bit quicker. Make it look more interesting at a distance as well. Focused on drawing and suddenly regain focus on stream into the sentence, can chickens go in chutes? I never wanted an answer more badly in this game. That does not surprise me, Shadow. That does not surprise me. A greenhouse in a greenhouse to make a heat matryoshka. If I understand the way that heating works in Stationeers, that might work. If you did layered windows, so you have windows adding heat. Although, do you get much? I thought windows were perfect insulators, except for sunlight. So you wouldn't get the heat from the outer layer going to the inner one. You'd have to use some sort of pipe heat exchanger to do that. To get that heat exchange to happen. But it could probably work. You put fake greenery into the cutouts. I don't think we have fake greenery. I'm going to need a lot of these. I'm also going to have to think about
Hydration critical.
just how much gas exchange I want with this place. Because what I might want to do is make a pipe network with a bunch of passive vents in various places within this room. So that pipe network equalizes with the room quite quickly. because then I can do stuff with that pipe network down in the gas management room. True, plastic plants would probably melt. You would need some sort of metallic or ceramic plant.
Waste tank caution.
What exactly is the reason for the cutouts? So, what was explained to me last week was that windows are perfect insulators. The game fakes sun heating the windows by actually causing the window itself to emit heat. So the more windows I have contacting this room, the more heat I get. And because I'm wanting this room to get hot, having those cutouts means instead of having just one window in this area, so for this particular cube space, I would probably just have the one, which would be the roof. I've now got 3. For this one, I would have just had the roof, but now I've got 2. So I've more than doubled the amount of heat being added to my volume from each of these cube spaces where the cutouts are. I could have done more cutouts and I could have done a more optimized thing, but honestly, at some point, I just wanted this to look nice and be finishable. So I thought I'd just do a couple of little cutouts, and I thought they might look nice too. Man, I need a lot more of these windows. Oops. Yeah, I'm probably going to need to go and mine some silicon to make up the glass for these windows. But it's plastic for these, isn't it? Not steel. Nuts. I'm going to need so much silicon. Be worth it, though. Because once a room this size gets hot, I'm probably not going to need to run my pipe heaters. In fact, I should probably alter my code for my pipe heaters. Uh oh.
Temperature high. Temperature critical. Oxygen low. Temperature high.
Whoopsie. Hit the wrong buttons. And I've hurt my lungs. But yeah, I might want to put a limit on my pipe heaters so they stop trying to get quite so hot. Once I look up how hot a thing I need. Now, where's my muffin? I want my muffin. There we go. I had a drink, I've had some food. Let's go into the greenhouse and plant some more crops. Especially now that I'm starting to... I used up some of my, pills? Words, yes. Seed, seed, seed. Fun, fun. Yay, I have some fun that I can use. I'll need to make a, the little processing thing so I can actually make some pills. Are you ready? Yes, you're ready. Hooray! My first crops. that I'm likely to use other than those couple of potatoes. I'll check the O2 level in a sec. It was like 2% or 3% last week. It's up to 6%. I'm going to need to get my gas stuff sorted sooner rather than later. It's going to be obviously a long time before the CO2 drops to a level the plants are unhappy, but it's going well. Temperature is going up, though. The temperature's not holding particularly well. Air conditioner's working. What temperature is my water at? Oh, my water's still hot, so... But it's coming down. I think that's okay. Is there a plant that eats up pollutant? No, I don't think so. But I do have filters running that slowly... So, I've got this filtration system here that is slowly eating up the pollutant. Oh, no, it's not. I've run out of my pollutant filter. That's why I'm not getting any pollutant. Let's turn that off and... Let's go get a new pollutant filter. That's why I've still got some in here. The clap was me trying to kill a mosquito. I missed. Because yes, it is the day before winter, and I'm still dealing with mosquitoes. Thanks, Shiro. I'm very happy with the areas of the base that I have completed. The bits that look finished. I'm really happy with how they've come together. Nope, not silver. I want silver. Nope, I want the big one. I want a couple of these. Yeah, make some more walls. Yep, tough. I'm a long way away from most of my audience. Since North America and Europe make up a much larger chunk than the Aussies do. There we go. Now we should get rid of the rest of that. Have the gas return line hooked up to your cold gas line. Oh, no, Orion, I wouldn't want to do that. Because the gas that's coming out of my my canisters when they're full is actually mostly oxygen. But what I plan to do so that I can have tank emptiers everywhere is have my waste line running throughout the base. So I'll have a waste gas line running throughout my base, which then that can be hooked up to tank emptiers in most rooms. Okay, they're thriving towards seeding, so they'll leave those. The potatoes are done, but I just won't worry about those. Pumpkins are going okay. Burns are going okay. Wheat's ready. Yeah, Shiro, there are probably fewer people from your part of the world than there are Australians, even though it's 7 a.m. here. Looking... My memory of the numbers is obviously not going to be perfect, because it's just what I remember from looking on mainly YouTube. But yeah, most are I think the percentages last time I looked is like 40% US, 11% UK, 9% Germany, then somewhere around 5% Australian, and then a whole bunch of 3, 2, and 1%. Let's just shove these in the fridge for now. I will need to make a thing for making pills, because I keep going through them. I know I could make a whatchamacallit, a thingamajig, a cryo thing that would fix me up, but I like making the pills. Gives me something to do. That's probably enough of these, maybe? I'll leave that running for a sec. Let's go... actually, see how much silicon I have in this. Not much. And I don't have any silicon on the floor, so I do need to make some. Do I have much silicon in here? No. Okay.
Power low.
So I may as well just process these in those. I'm gonna need to go... I need to go mine some silicon. That's annoying. Which is a bit annoying. Oh, there was silver in that spot. I didn't see it. Okay, empty my bottle while I'm in here. I've never built a gas fuel generator, so I have no idea if I will build one or not. I've never made one. I don't think I would do a gas fuel generator, though, on Venus. I think that's probably not a good option for me. Because it's using up a lot of stuff that's actually quite difficult for me to make. Oh. Yes, Torf Torf, I am still making batteries. Oops. Alright then. You know what? Let's make a battery charger. I need some iron. I've got too many batteries, I may as well have a battery charger. Ah, dear. Wait, didn't I press the button on you? Oh. 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 Why am I getting power outages over in there? Is this really pulling enough power? I didn't think the battery charger could pull enough to do that. But it is that one battery charger is connected up to. I should probably put it on a separate network. But I need iron to make the transformer. I'll turn you off. You're almost done anyway. Yeah, that's done. Okay. Let's get the iron. Sort that out. If I turn these guys off, it might level things out. Yeah. Cool. Run these through and then I'll come back and make the iron. So I need to make plastic. A whole bunch of plastic and then a whole bunch of glass. Alright, that's done. Let's get some iron in there. Let's get some iron in there. Pipe beaters are on their own thing. Yeah, the pipe beaters are on their own thing. Why? Why are you being like this? I just need enough... Just need enough iron so I can make the transformer and then I can fix this problem. Oh. I need to get at that. Get out of my way, plastic. Not quite enough. Is the battery charger still on? Yes. Did I want to leave it on? Maybe. Hey, that one's done, so this one will done. It'll go. Apparently just doesn't want to run both of those at the same time. I love that people in chat are still trying to get me to make a stacker. Good luck with that. I'll make one when I'm ready to. Should just... I'll probably want to have... battery charger outside, and eventually have one... Well, actually, eventually all this place should be pressurized, so... Yeah, I just really need the one outside. Let's make transformer. There we go. Don't think I need to bring all of these walls out. Oh, actually, I'll bring the walls. I won't bring the steel sheets. I don't know how much plastic I really need. I can't remember how many walls I ended up putting down. I think I'll stop there, and I'll just make glass. Have it going while I'm outside. Do I need to bring anything else? Nope, I'll need to bring the batteries later, but I'll do this for now. Alright, let's get the rest of these done first. Instead of a stacker, make a big chute loop with an air gap to grab stuff from. Yeah, but then, I mean, that would be fun. But then I don't get as many things on the floor. Also, I really didn't need as many walls as I made. Oh well. Now the joys that is building all these windows. And almost being guaranteed of missing some of them. Thanks, Beldenick. Thank you for 19 months. A man in black fled across the desert, and the gunslinger followed. Oh wait, no walls along the back here. That would probably be helpful. Like a luggage carousel. Yep. Where people stand too close to it so you can't see what's coming. Because as humans, we smart. Oh, this is going to take a while. Spent about 20 minutes a few days trying to work out why my room didn't back out to realize I left a window without any glass. Yep. Antonin, those are certainly words. I'm sure they mean something to somebody. That somebody ain't me. And for context, for those who can't see the chat, programmer speak. At least I assume it's programmer speak. This is how little I know. I don't even know if it's actually legit, or if those are just nonsense words. I'm gonna need quite a bit more plastic. But at least this gives me a bit of an idea of how much. Probably need another 150 to finish this thing, because I'm not quite half done. But maybe I'll be a bit over half. Maybe I just need another 120. Yeah, probably about that. Yeah, this is the new hothouse, glass house thing. There we go. Now let's pick a spot for the battery charger. What? Yeah, I guess anywhere here works. Probably want to drop that loop. Make this a bit neater.
Waste tank caution.
Waste tank caution. Pay attention to that notification. First, you batteries. Running out. Right, that can go there, then... Battery charger can just go higher up on the wall. It'll be fine. Then I need this. And people can start being happy that I have a battery charger outside, which will eventually have some batteries in it. I need to remember to do that more often. Hold down Alt to click on things that I need to click on repeatedly rather than having my screen slightly move as I do it. It's kind of annoying. We'll bring a large I'll swap a large battery there. Then let's bring some nuclear batteries outside. It's 5. Yeah, that's full. Wait, why didn't you keep making? Did I forget to click? Must have. Oh, actually. How much silicon do I have? 86 grams. That'll be 170 something. Plastic. That's probably okay. Leave me some plastic left over. I can just go nuts. I did not put this on the heavy line. I put a transformer. So this is my main power line. I break off from the main power line with a transformer to run other things. So this battery charger is now on its own independent network. And I'm going to go fix the one inside so it's also on its own independent network. Though, with the batteries being almost full, it's less relevant. Yes, rockets have become very complex. I have not done anything with rockets. Yeah. Would have to do a lot of learning for rockets, I think. Not impossible, but not soon. Is that going to work there? I think that's going to work there. Drill. Just going to make myself a bit more room around here. Then where's a frame? Did I use up all my frames? I did. Oh, I did. Dang. Alright, I got a couple of frames made. Just need... Oh, I will get one made. Alright, back to plastic. Keep going. Just want to make a wall here. So I can bring the transformer down, power, put the battery on that wall. I think that'll look neat. I probably could have just brought it transformer over here and... In fact, I might actually do that. That might make more sense. Jeez, those cockatoos are loud. I don't know if that's coming through on stream, but there are a lot of cockatoos out there making a heck of a lot of noise. It did for a moment. Yeah, I'm not surprised. They are unhappy with something. Or happy with something. You don't know with cockatoos. They're just loud. I reckon there's like 30 or 40 of them out there making that racket. There we go, that's nicer. Nightkey, you don't need any mods at all for Terraformers, for Stationeers. And as a general rule, when first playing a game, I recommend people don't play with mods. Because if you play with mods from the outset of a game, you don't know what's broken what. No, don't send in the cats to clean up the birds. That's terrible. Cockatoos are loud and are noisy, but they're native birds. No. Keep the jerk cats away. Bad enough that my dog sometimes catches a bird. Which is a bit worrisome that some birds can't realize that my gigantic dog is a threat. Okay, after this, I need to get all of the silicon mined. Yep. I don't think it's fair, Shadow, to claim survival of the fittest when one's an introduced species and the other one is not. Cats are jerks. Although I did try for a while to see if it made any difference whether putting little cat bells on Charlie would help. Did not.
Power low.
Just got annoying. She so rarely gets anywhere near the birds that it's hard to tell if it made any difference. Did Charlie get confused? She did get a bit annoyed by the fact that she was making sound all the time. At least for the first day, and then she was just like, whatever. But the other problem was that she would then shake her ears and jingle, and do so right outside Toby, my son's room, waking him up, which wasn't ideal. Because this was in summer when his window was open. You can imagine a jingle dog shake. It's quite startling when you're trying to sleep in the middle of the day. It's going to be a happy day when Splitsy makes a recycler. Yeah, you know what? I agree with that. It will be good when I finally get around to making a recycler. Stationeers is very good for giving you a lot of projects to do. A lot of things to keep working on and get distracted by. Like, I feel as though I'm fortunate that at least a couple of those bigger jobs are mostly complete. Like, my cooling is functional, that sort of thing. But I'm probably gonna find out that when I'm done with this, I need to make even more cooling and improve that setup and things like that. And then be like, oh, well, I've got more work to do. More distractions. Ow!
Damage. Temperature critical. Temperature high. Waste tank. Oxygen critical. Low pressure.
Man, that's stressful. Jeez. Alright. Gotta go inside in a second. Now, I don't think I want to put a window on this side. I think I just want a regular wall. Because this side's going to be up against possibly more base. So I'll put a wall up on the inner side here. And then, once I go back inside and empty my waste tanks, I can come back out, mine some silicon, which I need to process. Because I need to make some more insulated pipes, and then figure out how I'm going to pipe from that room into my gas room with my hot gas pipe. Oh, is the drill on? There we go. I don't want to do my terraformers thing and leave the drill on for 3 weeks. Driving people insane. Oh dear. That was painful. Mining. It's a dangerous, dangerous activity. James, there really isn't much of a pressure differential, so I don't need to use any special glass. That's the cool thing about having the test room is that I've been able to prove that to myself that it's just not required. Alright, I'm gonna go out and mine some silicon now. I should have a nuclear battery I can use. Yes, I do, so let's swap that out. Thanks, Corbin Dallas. Thank you so much for 7 months of tier 3. Thank you very much. Silicon, let's go. 44% should be enough. How do I go about repairing my suit? Well, as far as I'm aware, I can't. Now that it's damaged, it's damaged. How do I stop it from leaking? I stick duct tape all over it. That's silver. Where is some silicon? Uh, 0 degrees back home. There's a little bit. It's not very much. That's silver. At least today I'm remembering something that I forgot to do in the previous weeks. Oh, I can't even get to that silicon. Ugh. It sucks. A little bit of silicon I can see. I can't actually get to. Oh, there's more over here. With regard to mods for the ore amounts, yeah, I can see that being something you might want even starting out, but I don't know which ones work. Like a lot of that stuff is non-functional, and I don't know which ones people fixed. I don't know if Nev's fixed his difficulty settings mod or not. So I can't really point you mod-wise into something to start off with because I genuinely don't know which ones work. getting up to a few hundred silicon, but I'm gonna need a lot. Oh, don't like it when that happens. Be very nervous. Okay, that looks to be all I can get from this pocket. Let's go to find another one. Can still see my base, that's good. There we go, that's more silicon. Look at all that. Much better.
Oxygen low. Low
Oh!
pressure.
I'm dead.
Oxygen critical. Pressure critical.
The heck happened to my oxygen?
Cognition low. Temperature critical. Cognition critical.
Come on! Nope. I don't... Ugh. This could be a problem. Could be a big problem. Oh no, I've come back with all my stuff. So, this is something that we weren't sure about. Apparently my restart conditions are a bit wonky right now. Yeah, that was a long-living clone. It was 67 days or something. So at least I've got a fresh suit again. Why isn't my door opening? Hello? This isn't good. The broken suit shouldn't be leaking, but my jetpack's on. No! I have to wait for the jetpack to run out. Oh no, I didn't turn my jetpack off. Ah, I can reach the panel from outside. Huh. I didn't realize. I can actually press the buttons. How do I turn off the thing? There we go. That turns it off. It should have turned it off. Alright, let's go into the living space and I'll sort out my suit again. Oh, I'm so annoyed at myself for that. I shouldn't have made that mistake. I got a free tablet. Yep, I got a free tablet, I got a free whole suit. Right. So I'm going to stay in my new suit. Let's close the backpack for the moment. Let's take off the belt, because I don't want the tool belt. So that's fine. Let's swap out the filters. Swap out the batteries. And that's fine. Let's pop the suit on the shelf. Then I can swap my belt. Put my glasses on. Turn the glasses off. Then backpack. Gotta swap those out. Don't need all this junk. So this is when I need a recycler. When the game weirds out and gives me extra stuff. Okay, the backpacks now can go on the shelf. Uniform needs to swap out. Put my money in. And that's it. There you go. You can just... You stay there. There we are. That should be good. Yeah, I got a little bit of free money. I got a whole bunch of free junk. It's not worth it, though. It's absolutely not worth it. I hate dying in this. Stick used to look happier. No, I think part of the problem is I need to turn up my headphone volume so I can hear the game more. Then maybe I'll notice the warnings a bit sooner. Because I genuinely have no recollection of hearing any oxygen warning just then. Until the oxygen was out. Zero recognition of any warning. I might have been talking over her, which might be part of the problem. How much silicon did I actually collect then? 1, 2, 3, 400 and a bit. Let's get a bit more. Uh-oh. Fell in a hole. That's about the direction I want to head. Yeah, honestly, I'm very disappointed in myself just now. I'm very disappointed. I'd been doing really well with that clone, and so I'm quite sad. I wish I could have kept that going for longer. Especially since that clone, I'd gone through a lot of very close calls. Like, the number of very, very, very near misses I had last week was pretty awesome. And I always find it sad to lose clones where I've I've managed to get past near misses like that. There's something about the drama of those moments that makes me more attached to them. Thanks so much, Sherry Martin. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you very, very much. I don't think I'm going to be able to get the rest of that silicon down there because I think that is under the bedrock. Oh, I guess my goggles just ran out of power. But that's a whole lot more silicon. Alright, this will hopefully get me enough to finish off that room. Definitely not going to smelt this with the arc furnaces. It's just got to go in the big furnace. Oh, it's stuck. Might have made it if I turned off the jetpack. I don't know. I think the airlock is too slow anyway, that whether I'd had the jetpack off or not, I don't think it would have mattered. But I definitely wasn't going to make it with the jetpack on. What I should think about in the future is cancelling the airlock so I just get through super quick and know that I then have to clean out the space, but be like, that's fine because I survived. I should stop waiting for the airlock and being so protective of my internal, like, the space in my base, and should instead just be like, nah, it doesn't matter. I can clean that up. As long as I'm alive, it doesn't matter. But I didn't have that mindset yet, but maybe I'll remember that next time. Can I make the airlock faster? Yes, I can. I have previously talked about making the airlock better and using powered vents. But I just haven't prioritized that above the myriad of other jobs around the place. There's so many things to do. Yeah, having a 2x1 airlock with large powered vents in the ceiling will definitely make it all happen much more quickly. I don't need this many of those on me. I think I've done all the plastic now. We got 40 glass. Let's go and smelt some silicon. So what temperature does silicon need? 900 Kelvin. Okay. And 100 kilopascals. So really not much pressure, just the heat. We have nothing in there. Let's get some silicon. What is it? Off gas. Nitrogen. Oh, nice. I have some nitrogen in my storage. So I think it was 2 grams of silicon per glass. Something like that. I might try and smelt about 500 grams of silicon, I think. Yeah, 2x1 would also give me space for a recharge station, true. That is one of the things I'd like to fix once I get my atmospheric storage facility built, is start reworking the entry to my base and having piping going to various places for the various things like oxygen tanks and waste tank emptying, so it's not just in this room for some reason. There are lots of little things like that I'd like to do. Oh, what the heck, let's do some more. I'm here, I may as well do it. I'll do. Okay, let's empty this out. Should be fine, I don't think that'll overload. Unless the pipes are already a bit full. Oh no, it's out of power. No, it's not. It's got no cartridge in it. No. Well, that's annoying. I forgot to transfer between my tablets. There we go. I'd really like to, as a higher priority than I think a lot of people would feel makes sense, I would like to have my base pressurized. Like my regular work areas and things like that. And just have a small room that my furnace is in that's left at vacuum. The reason I want to do that, I know that the furnace room should ideally be pressurized to something, but if I'm going to be standing in it, it's safer for it to be vacuum. The reason I want to pressurize my base is just so there's sound. It's so quiet. I'd like to not be walking around in a completely vacuum base more often. Oh, did I make a proper tablet last time? Do I actually have a good tablet? I have to grab that. There we go. We have silicon. Nope, I do have... I've already got the other tablet on me. I had it on me all along. Whoops. Right, so that's going to make 100 glass. I've got 40 up there already. I'm going to need more than that. Shove that through the splitter. So I probably want to make 150. That'll give me 190. Maybe put another 50 in. See how this goes in terms of covering off all of the windows. Yeah, Horrible Dance, I kind of wish the game worked so that if you made vacuum spaces around your base to insulate it, that would do stuff, but it isn't really required and doesn't really work the way you'd think it would. Oh. I was meant to be doing pipes. That's what I was meant to be doing. Need to make lots and lots of pipe. Oh, I'll place all this glass in first and then I'll go grab some pipes.
Waste tank caution.
Yes, I did replace the pollutant filter. Waste tank caution. Swap out. There we go. I listened to her. I reckon I would have paid more attention. This is totally not true. But I reckon I totally would have paid more attention if she was still the Kiwi lady. Rather than the very disinterested North American one. Alright. No, it's not a setting. The Kiwi lady is just what the voice used to be. Apparently you can't bring her back. Okay, that's some progress on the class. Apparently a few too many people were finding the Kiwi lady confusing, so they changed her out. Which is sad, because it felt... It added a uniqueness to it. But then I'm Australian, so I'm used to a Kiwi accent and don't find it difficult to pass. You just gotta remember that A's are E's, I's are U's, and A's are E's, I's are U. Oh, A's are E's are I's, and I's are U's. Then you got a Kiwi accent. Alright, pipes. So, I have two options for how to set this up. Do I use pipe radiators on a pipe network that runs throughout the hothouse to transfer the heat from the hothouse into the pipe so it equilibrates with it? Or do I have the pipe network running off passive vents and equalizing with that space? I'm leaning toward the passive vent approach because then I'll have a pipe in my atmospherics management room that I can monitor for pressure within the hothouse. And if I need to, I can then adjust the pressure within the hothouse. And then I can use a heat exchanger within the... I can use a heat exchanger to take the heat out. So yeah, let's do that. So I need to get some passive vents. Or do I want to use pipe cows? Maybe I'll use cows. All the cows. So a room that size, I guess I want maybe 10 of these at least. Oh, don't worry. I'm well aware of where and when cowls don't work, thanks to terraformers and me bleeding all of the gas out of various rooms. I've learned my lesson. I did very wrong. Very wrong. So I've kind of got 3 columns. I guess 12 of these would make it look neat. Okay, then I need to make... So, I can either use a whole bunch of steel to make insulated pipe, or I can use uninsulated pipe within the hothouse and then insulated outside. Which uses up iron, which I don't have a lot of right now, but is fairly easy for me to process. Do I have any uninsulated pipe lying around? I know I made up a lot of water uninsulated pipe. Might just go place down some of the stuff that I need. I can't remember if I needed more plastic up there. Let's make some pipe. Pipe. Yeah, we'll definitely use that for the internal stuff. Furnace room has some pipes. I'll go check it while those are being made. Because I may as well put some iron on while I'm at it. And empty my waste tank. Cook me some iron. Hurry up and empty. Um, a broken pipe is a two-way thing. It can bring air in or out, but you need to have a decent pressure differential for that to happen as well from each side. Otherwise, the flow is quite low. There we go. There's some pipe. Now, what color do I want to make this pipe? It's going to be hot, kind of rubbish gas, so it probably should be orange. Because it's not going to be actually filtered gas. No, the trouble with red is volatiles. So I can't really do red. I could do orange and red as a mixture, I guess. Should stop with that. Orange. Do I have any red spray paint around here? Don't know that I did actually make any red. No. Yeah, I think I'll go red-orange. Why not? Surely that can work. Make it lime. Unfortunately, there aren't that many color options, which makes it tricky to work out what colors to use for things, I find. Okay, so if I put one there, kind of go with cowls there, then how many we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah, got the third one. Same from this direction. It's not perfect spacing, but it's not horrible. Four per row. Should create enough mixing and enough pull from different spots. That shouldn't be an issue. Too much anyway. This is going to need a lot of pipe to connect all this up. So, most efficient way to pipe this up. Depends where I want the pipe to end up. Where do I want the pipe to end up? Other than the way you orient them, what's the difference between cowls and passive vents? I don't believe there is any difference. The main advantage of a cowl over a passive vent is that a cowl can be placed hovering like this, whereas a passive vent needs to be locked to a wall or frame. So I'm just thinking about where the pipe is actually going to leave this room and be able to then go down into the pressurized room. I might actually go through this wall. And then down. I don't know what's going to be neatest. I'm trying to think what I'm going to do. Because I need to think about what I'm going to do downstairs as well. For where I want to bring this through. Because I'm going to have to bring it through and remove one of the frames. I don't have to remove one of the frames. I could just pipe it through the frame, but I don't like doing that. I guess it might make sense for me to put my furnace hot tank at this end. Oops. Since it's the one that's most likely to explode, so that's furthest away from my base. Maybe if I make the access way through this side, I'll just bring it down the outside wall. Because I can always put cladding on, I guess, to hide it when I want to. So I was thinking what I would do is have the 3 rows just running down to the end here and then just coming straight across. Be reasonably efficient. Oh! This is sort of a fuel mix, so maybe it should stay orange and I could just put labels on it that say hot. But the labels won't be that visible, so maybe I'll not do that way. What I was thinking of doing was 1, 2, there, 1, 2, there, 1, 2, there. Doing little red stripes. And I'm thirsty. There we go. Oh, I'm gonna have to make this match the other ones. It's just gonna feel weird if I don't. Okay, let's go get some water.
Caution.
Waste tanks at caution. Let's get out of here. Empty my waste tank, get some water, stop the horrible breathing sound. Get some more pipes made. You plan to set up an airlock into the hothouse, or are you just going to hope you don't need to go in after you close it up? Yeah, Barnaby, you're right. I probably should have an airlock, even though I didn't plan on ever using an airlock. But you're right, I probably do want to have one just in case I've messed something up with it. Because if I don't, then I have no way to get in there, and I'd have to undo all the heating effort and time that's gone into it, which would be annoying. Alright, so I'm going to have to make an airlock. Maybe not a fully functional one, but at least an airlock. I shouldn't have a need to enter the hot room once it's set up. But if it turns out that I've messed something up, I will have a need to enter it. Which is the problem. Jeez, the breathing is so much louder now that I'm in a pressurized room. There we go. Back on, I'm fed, I'm watered. Let's keep building. So what do I need for an airlock? Just really, in this case, I probably just need a couple of doors. Nothing more complicated than that. Let's stop that for a moment. I'll deal with the door. I'll deal with the airlock in a minute. I'm going to place a few more of these bits in so I'm not carrying around so much stuff. Should be safe to drop these on the ground as long as a storm doesn't come along. But also, since this room is about to be mostly closed off, I might leave... I think I'll make one of these wall points my entry-exit point. Let's take that one out. And then finish off this glass. So much building. I know I had a good reason for building it this big, but oy, building big is always so slow. Yes, you can do nesting dolls of infinite holding bags, but I don't like to do that. Mostly because it's just annoying to deal with. I feel like I'm cheesing game mechanics and making the inventory more annoying to handle at the same time, which feels like I'm defeating my own cheese. I sort of do it with the mining backpacks, but that doesn't need to be interacted with all that often, so it doesn't feel as bad. Let's be honest. I avoid most of the mining full stop, because I've made it heaps easier anyway. Yeah, I guess, make a construction materials backpack. Just carry that around with construction materials in it. I don't know why I feel different about the construction materials to the mining stuff. It just does feel different for some reason. I'm not sure why. But for some reason, it really does feel different. There we go. That row's done. Dells, why are you saying temp question mark? Cinzamac, I couldn't be bothered maximizing the area and I wanted this to look nicer than a snake would. That's why I didn't make it snake. I made it slightly better. I did a little bit of optimizing, but I couldn't be bothered doing a full-on optimized thing. No, I didn't want the look of a fully optimized thing. The temperature in here should not be significantly rising, no. Because this room is not enclosed enough for that to happen. And you can tell what the temperature is because my suit says what it is. The ambient temperature on Venus is 463 degrees Celsius. It's hot. Okay, I think I've made all the windows. Check all the roof windows first. You guys probably won't be able to see it due to streamness, because the hex pattern on the windows is pretty subtle. And when I'm moving, I'm sure it just gets into a blur. Alright, let's check this bit. Yeah, that's fine. I think I got it. I think I got them all. Yeah, it looks good. Now I just got to close off this end. Oh no. Actually, I don't mind that. I don't mind that wall style. I'm gonna leave it. I don't mind it. It's weird, but I don't mind it.
Waste tank caution.
Okay, now I've got more room in my backpack. That's nice. Pick up a red. And pick up an orange. Yeah, I think it works with the way that the roof pattern, because it's the same width, or close enough width to that I kind of think the bevels work alright like that. Alright. I now have orange pipes. Let's place some down. Actually, I may as well just place this all as orange and then do the red at the end. That would make the most sense. Oopsie. Didn't mean to place the last one. Thanks, Twipped. Thank you for 6 months. What have you just walked into? Me making a gigantic hothouse for free furnace heating. Solar furnace heating. Oh, nope. Oh, really? Jeez. Thought I brought more pipes through with me. Yes, I was wrong. It'll be pretty cool once I'm able to use this. And once I've got a setting on my pipe heaters so that I only use them to push up to exactly the hottest temperature I need. Which, I don't know what the hottest temperature I need is for smelting stuff. Like, how hot do I actually need to get my hot gas to? $1,800 for stellite? Yeah, that sounds like it could be the hottest. Yeah, 1,800. Okay, so I still can't make stellite. My hot gas is still not hot enough for stellite. Wow. Even though I've had it running for an absolute age, it's still not hot enough. That's interesting. So 1,800 Kelvin. So I've got to get up to over 2,000 Celsius in my hot gas tank. Yikes. Guess every little bit of help I can get from the solar heating is going to be good. Yeah, doors. Doors. I should make some doors. Nope. It's not the door. This is the door. Kit, blast door, kit interior door, kit door. Phobos, you've got that the wrong way around. Phobos, sorry. Yeah. Add 273 degrees to convert from Kelvin to Celsius. Couple of doors. I guess I need some walls. I need 3 of them. And then I need some plastic sheets for the walls. And that's it. Everything else I need to make this is just pipe. Where did stuff just end up? I'm not making a proper airlock. This will be a slightly lossy airlock. I was literally just going to make this as a manual thing so that I can get in there without losing all of the heat in there. Hopefully I never need to use it. So I couldn't be bothered. I'm not going to bother with fully wiring it up and everything. It's just going to be full on manual. Like a single volume of heat loss will be a bit annoying, but it won't be too bad. Yeah, I was thinking of putting the manual hatches. So that I know not to go through that. Because I really don't want to be in a room that's almost at a... I think the other hothouse is at 700 and something Celsius. It's bad enough being out in 463 degrees with my suit and using up all my nice cooled oxygen to cool my suit down. Wonder if this is going to be enough. Might drop this. I don't know why I'm carrying around that. Just thinking what else, whether this is going to be enough pipe. Should be close. You could weld the outside door shut to make sure you don't open it accidentally. Yes, I could. Set up some large powered vents to evacuate the whole thing into storage tank. If it turns out that I need to work in it regularly, I might do that, but honestly, I hope I never need to go in there. My goal would be to just never go into it. Alright, I'll wait for the 6 more of these, and then I'm gonna order up a huge amount of insulated pipe. Because I'm about to do a gas storage room, so I'm going to need an enormous amount of it. Let's just drop that and pop some silicon in there to make sure that we get a lot. So we've got 123 silicon, still gonna need more than that. This is gonna make one heck of a mess. I'm also going to need more steel frames. It's at this point that I'm almost, not quite, but almost, oh, that's gonna be annoying, tempted to build stackers. Because I'm now starting to order up a lot of stuff a lot of the time. Almost tempted. But yeah. Almost tempted. Not saying I will do it, saying I'm thinking about it. Oops. Build a refrigerated vending machine. That doesn't really solve my problem. The reason for stackers would be so that I've got stuff not accumulating in giant piles on the floor. Having stackers off my machines would potentially be a good idea. With the size of stuff that I'm now building. Oopsie. This is looking promising for this all getting done. Quick, everyone on Team Stacker jump on the reverse psychology bandwagon. It's gonna be a sad day when I do put stackers on those. It has to happen eventually. Like, even I don't plan to leave it that way forever. I just leave it that way for a lot longer than you guys are comfortable with.
Waste tank caution.
Uh-oh. Forgot to empty my waste tanks. Oopsie. I put all the machines to the vending machine like I did the trading pad. I know that could work. It just... Does that actually work? That feels like it'd make it worse, because I'd have to filter... Like, does it actually stack if different things come in a row? Or does it only stack if consecutive items match? Yeah, see, that's the problem. You wouldn't want multiple machines going to one thing, because if I'm printing off things at the same time like I'm doing right now, they're not going to stack, and that would be so annoying! At some point, the lack of stack is further evidence that I am my own worst enemy. Don't know how many frames I actually need to finish that the walls of this building, but I think it's a lot. That's a little bit tidier. Alright, I've almost done all the piping. It feels kind of ridiculous to make a gigantic hot room sitting on top of the most potentially explosive part of my base. Something about that just feels a little off. But I think it's fun. Elemental. Thanks for the 100 bits. How's it going? There we go. Stripey pipe. Oh, man. I should probably learn that Zoop mod that can do, like, instant network connections and things. Make some of this stuff faster. Hey, Zuriel. This room is my hot room. This is for making hot gas from solar power. That's what it's for. My drill's been on that whole time. Why didn't someone tell me? Surprised none of you told me. You did try? Oh man. How did I miss that? Sorry. My bad. Add!
Damage. Temperature critical. Air tank low. Oxygen critical.
Ow. Mining is dangerous. At least I managed to not do any lung damage that time. I think I'm getting quicker. A little bit anyway. Oh, that's still empty. See, it does. Oh, man. It's so brutal. Can't. Just don't have the words for that. It's always so painful. Oops. No, jump out. Alright, what do I need to make this thing? Iron sheets. Okay. No, 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 I want this machines to print all the things. I need so much stuff. I want lots and lots of stuff. I'm gonna go through so many pipes and so many frames building this room. It's gonna be nuts. Do I have any iron sheets? A few there. Any others I can see? Wonder how many I need. Hey, Johnny. Thanks so much for 14 months. Okay. We have a hot room. We'll just ignore that that happens. Now, if I remember correctly, I've got the pipe close enough? Yes, I do. Good. So I can now do all the piping and work from outside, as I put some insulated pipes outside. Thanks, Senzamak. Thanks for the 100 bits. The door's gonna do something weird with the way I orientated it regardless, so I think it's gonna be weird. I won't worry about it. What I am gonna do now is drop off all my regular pipe that I don't need to be carrying. Can you go over here? Why not? Sure, whatever. And now I can start getting insulated pipe. So much pipe. This is so many people's nightmare. Great. Oh. I think I made all of the pipe from all that steel now. Nah, Shadow, it's fine. It's totally fine. There's nothing wrong with this at all. See, it's getting cleaner. There you go. It's less of a mess now. I should probably finish off the room that I'm going to be bringing these pipes into before I start bringing the pipes down. I think I can deal with the pipes later. I'll get... Oops. Get this sorted out. See if I need any more frames. This is probably enough. Get the room finished, I think. Let's go see. Oops, that's not what I meant to press. Suit's okay. It is less of a mess. Even if I do have a giant pile of stacks, it's better than a giant pile of singles. Oh boy. I've got to do some digging. I gotta do a lot of digging. I don't want to do a lot of digging. I'm gonna die. Ow! Yep.
Damage. Temperature critical. Oxygen low. Oxygen critical. Temperature high.
Okay. Cannot mine while jetpacking. Thought I'd test it. That was a mistake. That was a mistake. See you, Shadow. See you later today. Yes. Take a pill. That's what I'm doing. Turning off the drill, too. Oh boy. I'm down to my last pill. Let's eat and drink since I'm in here. Horman, I will try my best not to hurt myself, but I need to dig out this space, and I just don't seem to have a way to do it without getting badly injured. It's really problematic. Really problematic. Yeah, I need to be able to throw someone else's clones at the problem. That's where the issue is. I just need to go a bit slower. Whenever I'm moving, I need to just wait it out and then dig again. What I'm trying to do at the moment is something that was suggested, which was make sure you're standing still when mining, which means that you don't move quite as far whenever you get moved. If I walk around while I dig, apparently that can cause a problem. And it does seem to mostly be the case. And that's why I was hoping that maybe jetpack would be keeping me still enough that it would be fine, but was very wrong on that front. Yep, waste tank caution. I'm just going to get a little bit more and then I'm going to head inside because I don't want to switch over my tanks and keep drilling. Alright, let's go inside. Yeah, I suppose, Malakat, you can kind of think of it that way. The airflow picks you up when you have 1 foot off the ground. Throws you further. Turn your jetpack's thrust higher. Could it hold you still? Maybe? Am I game to test it? Maybe not. I think I'll just keep doing it as I'm going, because I'm going alright on that last one. So, the lack of a gas emptying thing in the front room comes down to a bit of always a conflict for me in Stationeers, which is I'm working on an atmospherics treatment room, which is going to be where those things are ultimately going to run to. So do I want to spend time right now making my temporary situation better, or do I want to just work on my more permanent solution? And so far, I've always decided on, I'll wait for the more permanent solution. Which was probably the wrong decision. Yeah, temporary solutions, they're always the most permanent. That's how it goes. If it's temporary and functional, it's unlikely to change. Ooh, that was a bit of pull. I think the other thing is to stand close to the thing that I'm mining so I don't have as much distance to get up that speed to cause the collision to be deadly. Ah, so one of the things the devs have worked on, they've paused it for the moment, but they have worked on, is a whole bunch of changes to the suits. I wonder if they've considered a no jetpack, much stronger suit. Specifically for this sort of mining. Because apparently this is one of those bugs that they really just can't fix without breaking other parts of the game worse. Yeah, some sort of heavy mining suit. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, that's progress. Still gotta dig out all this. Whoa! God, the distances I get launched are ridiculous. Potatoes, that is a very strange first comment to make in chat that I have no idea why you would say that. Need a tether. Yeah. Yeah, I need a mining tether. If this was on Mars, I would have had this hole dug out half an hour ago. The scale on this room will make sense once I start putting large tanks in it. It's going to have a lot of big tanks in it, so I need to have quite a large room for those very large tanks. They're just big. They're 2 by 2 by 2 cubes. Why would I stop? No, I don't want to move the sun. I don't want to change the sun. I'm not going to cheese that. I don't do that stuff. No. The sun moves. The sun moves. Oh, 3 by 3 by 3? Is it? I can't remember now. It's big. They're big. Big tanks are big. And I need a lot of big tanks. I actually can't remember how many I counted out last time. And I'd need liquid tanks for them as well for if they end up pressurized enough that liquid forms them, so I need liquid off gas, liquid collecting tanks off them as well. So I need not just gas tanks, but liquid tanks. So it ends up being quite a lot of space. Yeah, they're 2 by 2 by 2. I thought so. I'm making my room for storing my gases and liquids and things. But what I'm doing at the moment is trying to drill and not die.
Waste tank caution.
How differently do ogres function compared to those vertical drill shaft things? Are they the same but horizontal? Because I've never used an ogre. Yeah, waste tanks. Time for me to go in, since I've managed to survive that trip without damaging my suit further. Ogre requires you to lay down track for it. See, that feels like it's more effort than is beneficial. Alright. I'm still making progress, so that's good. I don't feel too bad about it. Just slow. I should, with this room I'm drilling out, I'm not too far from finishing it. So I'm just trying to get to the back wall, which I think I had measured out, like I had counted out, but I might count it out again once I'm done. Actually, maybe I can count it out now. So, gases I need to store. Cold CO2. I need to store oxygen. I need to store water. I need to store, hopefully, volatiles, nitrogen, nitrous, my hot gas. So that's 7? So, minimum of 14 blocks along. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, so this needs to be bigger. True, nitrous is a nightmare to store. I may not store much nitrous. Trouble with a room like this is I need to close it off. And I need to make sure I've made it big enough before I close it off. I know some of you are worried that I will open up my various internal parts of my base to the Venusian atmosphere. I think I'm okay on that, though. Thanks, Max. Thanks for the Prime sub. Yeah, I'm going to store both hot and cold gas for... Like, the furnace hot gas will be the only hot gas. And the rest of the gas will probably be kept at livable temperatures. Or at least the gases that'll go into my base. So I need to keep the oxygen cooled, and I need to keep the CO2 cooled, and the water cooled, and the nitrogen cooled. And I need a... So I probably need 8 tanks, because I need to have enough I need to have like a waste tank as well, at least one waste tank. Did I make it wide enough that I did make it wide enough that I can fit tanks on either side of the room though, so I probably do have enough space. And I could possibly put the liquid under the floor, the liquid tanks under the floor. I don't want to have... So one of the reasons I like the idea of having a big gas storage room is that then I don't have gas stored in various places around the base. I do tend to like the idea of keeping some gas stored in a few places, but just more as a safety net. So, say the greenhouse gets its own safe water supply, and oxygen supply, and CO2 supply. But everything else, I kind of want centralized so that I can go and check on it all at once. And so that all the filtration is set up in one place and one place only. Kind of like the same as the batteries all being in the one spot. One big tank for hot waste storage is probably fine. There's going to be a lot of complex stuff underneath the floor of this place, no matter what, because I'm just thinking about it now. I need to have a thing that's constantly topping up my CO2 tank with hot CO2 from outside, but that CO2 should probably be cooled before I put it in the tank. But then I should also have a thing that's actively cooling the tank as well, so that I'm not just risking that tank getting too hot. And that's something I need specifically for the tank. This is all sounding like it's going to take a lot of work to get right. Which should be fun. No, Maggot Master, the save for the Terraformers series did die. It is unplayable. So that series is done, unfortunately. It was crashing every 2 minutes or so when we were playing it, so it was a struggle to get the last episode recorded. But we wanted to at least have something like an ending done, and that was the best we could do, given the conditions we were working under.
Waste tank caution.
I'm just going to dig a little bit more before I go in. The digging's going well. With the Terraformers mod, yes, it should be possible to terraform the moon, because all you need to do is... Well, I say all you need to do. What you need to do is either buy a whole truckload of gases, but more realistically, use the rocket mining system to bring a whole lot of ices back, and just sublimate them on the moon, and then let those gases out into the atmosphere, and you'll eventually pressurize it enough. Because that's the way the terraforming mod works. When miners on the moon, we carry a harpoon. We sublimate all our gases something something soon. Yeah, there are mining rockets. So the rocket system is complex, challenging. from managing the fuels to all the other nonsense you have to manage with them. But yes, there is a whole thing you can do with that stuff. Oh. Oh. Oh dear. Oh dear. I have no oxygen. That's hot. That's not good. I need that to cool down a lot. There's a decent amount of oxygen in there, but I need that to cool a lot. Did I get the mozzie? I think I missed it again. Curse you, mosquito! It's meant to be nearly winter. You shouldn't be around. Poop. Let's go see how my greenhouse is going in terms of generating oxygen for me, because that's really going to be one of the keys to getting me more oxygen is the greenhouse. I had a moderate amount of oxygen stored up, but apparently I have now depleted that storage. Oh, we're up to 12% in here. That's pretty good. That's pretty dang good. Just grab some tomatoes. Some here. I know I could wait for the seeds, but... I'm really happy with this. This is some good progress. Now, I like to accumulate some safety seeds. Oh, I know that 19 moles in a single cube is not a huge amount of oxygen, but I have a lot of cubes in there. And I also know that's still probably not a lot of oxygen, but it's something. There's real progress made there. I'll be back in just a sec. I need to take a quick bio break. And then I will hope that in that time my oxygen supply has cooled down, because 90 degrees is not really breathable. Oh man, if I could make some sort of physics-based animation that interacted with on-screen elements for my Be Right Back screen, I'd be a lot smarter than I am. um, yeah, let's check on the oxygen supply. Not sure how quickly it's going to manage this. Oh dear. I really needed to have made a better system than this before now. Did I call myself dumb? I don't know. Not really, but that depends on your perspective, I guess. Hmm. Maybe a quick phase change cooler is a temporary fix. Yeah, now that I know what I'm doing, I could. But I was thinking a better temporary fix might be bringing through the cool CO2 and just doing a temperature exchanger. Just directly exchanging the O2 temperature with the CO2 cooler line. So if I bring this coolant line all the way around, I could just have a heat exchanger with this pipe and just open up the just open up the oxygen flow so that any oxygen that goes in there is automatically getting cooled by the base rather than by those air conditioners. Which is ultimately what I would want to do. I would have to turn this off though. Because if the oxygen ever gets hot, it's going to put hot oxygen in the tank. So I still probably need to have some sort of valve system. But if I put the valve in here, if I put the pump in there instead of having the pump on the other wall, that could work. Maybe I'll do that. Take that out. I'm going to grab the pump from in here. Callie, stop chewing your foot. Thank you. Good girl. And there was this pump I want to remove. I actually think I'm going to do something quickly here as well. Now that I'm doing this, I don't need all this backflow, so I'm going to get rid of this loop of pipe. And yeah, I should probably get some... Oh, actually, just remove those. Let's tidy this up a little bit. There we go. So the oxygen's all connected through. Thanks, Amaru. Thank you for 4 years. Thank you very much. That's crazy. That's crazy that there's been a couple of you at 4 years today. Okay, so we've got pump. Let's just check to make sure that that is the O2 only. Yep, that's my moderately hot O2. Now, what I need to do is connect power up to that pump, but also bring this pipe around a bit. And then I'll get a heat exchanger to go on that. Oh, that's moderately expensive to make one of them. Given it's got Invar in it. Now, I think, yeah, let's dig a bit of ceiling out, and I'll place it pointing upward like that. Okay, so we've got input 2, output. Oh, it's not the way around I wanted it. Oh well, it'll work. So that's input 2 and output 2, so all I need to do is this. And then find my blue spray paint. I think I saw over here. Yeah. And this is my coolant line, which is probably not going to remain blue, but it is blue for now. The mass? No. I don't even understand how, like, what the stack-based programming stuff is supposed to do. Like, I genuinely have no understanding of how any of that works. It's supposed to work. It's what it's supposed to achieve. I tried to read Rocket's description of it, and I genuinely don't understand it. It may as well be in German. It makes that little sense to me. Oh, I've done this wrong. Welcome, Elemental's cat. Yeah, that level of programming stuff is kind of quite beyond my levels of understanding of programming stuff. I think the mosquito just tried to bite my forehead. How am I missing you, you jerk? Grr. Stupid mosquito. Doesn't help that it's probably not the same mosquito, and I probably keep getting more in here because Charlie likes the door being open. Okay, so this should be cool CO2. That is getting hot quite quickly because it is exchanging with our rapidly cooling O2. Yay! Yeah, smash forward repeatedly against desk to ensure mosquito dies. Alright, that's cooling down, that's cooling down. Okay, so that makes my oxygen situation a little more resilient. Because we're on our proper base cooling loop now. Geez, the base cooling loop has cooled down super quickly. It got hot, but it has dumped that heat energy out super fast. We're already down to breathable temperatures. And yeah, I will turn off the O2, the air conditioners in here because they do not need to be doing anything anymore. They are useless. You don't need to do anything anymore. Yeah. Oh, that makes me happy. That's that's a much better setup for the oxygen. We're down to 28. How low do I need this to go? I do want this to be relatively cool because it is the way that the suit gets cooled. Conflicted Shadow, I have looked for bug zappers. Um, really, really hard to find ones that might actually work. Because all of the ones that I've managed to find in Australia, um, are terribly low power USB things. And I think I'm growing increasingly suspicious that that's because the ones that have enough power to actually zap a bug, possibly might not meet our electrical standards anymore. Oh yeah, I need to wire in the pump. I was standing here going, yeah, I can fill up. I can turn on the pump in a second. Pump needs cable. Thank you. I would have noticed just as I went to turn on the pump and was like, oh, wait a sec. Something's not right here. Okay, I think the oxygen is cool enough for me to transfer now. Yeah, 21 degrees is good enough. Pump it all out. When did I switch to grey cable? I started making grey cable for decorative reasons in the greenhouse and have just kept that stack going. Yeah, Billy McEvil, I'm one of the fortunate people that doesn't usually get bitten all that much, or when I do get bitten, I don't react to the mosquitoes that badly, so they don't bother me a huge amount. It's just there's one that keeps flying in front of my face that's driving me a little bit nuts. Nuts. Usually, my partner gets bitten by them instead of me, so I don't get bitten all that much. She gets hit with them hard. Once this is basically empty, I can probably just leave that pump on now, actually. I was hoping I'd see that we get up to, okay, 1.35 kilomoles of oxygen is actually okay for a little while. So this back pressure regulator takes forever to fill these canisters. I do want to turn this off before it's done though, because I don't want to pipe through hot gas and not realize it. So that will be a very quick way to kill myself that I'd rather avoid. Alrighty. What was I doing before all of that realization that I was about to run out of oxygen? I was digging a hole. Building a room. Let's build the room. Yeah, the ones at Bunnings are the terrible USB powered ones that just seem like they would do nothing. My partner did get desperate enough and bought one. It does nothing. I'm not even sure it's killed a single fruit fly. Uh oh, I'm sorry. Like a couple of them flew into it and then I think flew straight back out. Can one of you experienced people remember, with tanks, do I need to have support to place them initially? So I think I might start trying to lay out the tanks in this room, because then I can start thinking about how the filtration might work around them. Whoa. That was some echo. I've never noticed that before.
Hunger caution.
I'm a hungry miner. I need a pasty. Well, nothing needs support, but does it need support to be built? Oh, I'll find out. I was just thinking, what I was gonna do here was place the tanks on the floor height of the cube that I'm currently in, so up at this height. So they'll be at the bottom of the tank will be where my reticle is. So I'll place the tanks at that height, and then I've got 3 cube space below them to do filtration stuff if I need that extra space, as well as handling any potential fluids that come from the tanks. Place them wherever I want. Okay, go. That makes life easier for getting this stuff. Oh, I know what the supported thing that Nev was building in his filtration room. It's the filters. The filters need to be supported by something. So I gotta make sure I've got frames ready to go for placing those down. That's what I was thinking of. Because atmospherics units need support. This is such a big room. This is so unnecessary. What am I doing? Whoa! Started the process now though, so I feel like I can't stop.
Waste tank caution.
Oh, seriously? I haven't been out here that long. Come on. Unnecessary is why we watch. Unnecessary is why I play as well. I honestly, doing things that are just necessary is how I like to start playing. But after a short bit of time, I'm like, no, now I want to build unnecessary. I want to build stuff that has no particular purpose other than me having fun. Yeah, I need waste tank exchange. The first thing I'm going to set up in my new room is the cold CO2. Actually, should be the waste system, actually. I want to make the waste handling, I guess, first. Because then I can move the waste from the other place and then I can start piping to that, which is what I'd like to do. Oh, that sound is fun. How big is the room in blocks? It is, I think the internal dimensions are 9 by 6 by... Are gonna be 9 by 6 by 14? So pretty big. Because I wanted this to be like... once it's done, it's done. Which is probably a mistake. I should have just started with something that I could have... I should have come up with a design that was more modular so I could expand it over time rather than doing something that's a monolithic construction. This is the gas storage room. And handling. Atmospherics handling. That's what this is going to be for. Bricky is kind of Stationeers. It's very hard to not do Bricky. There are some elements that I can probably add to this later that I've got as mods that might be able to let me do some more interesting aesthetics. But yeah, Bricky is kind of what you got. Yes, I could put insulated tanks outside, but I don't want to be outside, and I might want to be near my tanks and gas handling. Basically, anything I might want to interact with, I want inside in a temperature-controlled environment, so I don't have to be dealing with Venus's temperature. Whoa! Jeez. Oh, come on. I'm so close. I've only got a couple more rows to dig. So one of the things that'll be nice for doing some, making some interest on the outside of it is I do have some windows at least. But the other thing that'll be nice for it will be being able to write on it. Because I've got the letters mod, Wickus's letters mod, as well as his tubes mod. I'm not sure how to use the tubes yet though. As in, I haven't messed around with them, so I don't know where they might look good. But I will hopefully play around with them at some point. Yeah, I was taking this down to Bedrock, because Bedrock on Venus is not far. And I like the idea of my gas handling through the base being in some underground tubes. As I've already got some piping going on in underground tubes. Yeah, it is a big area, and I probably overreached. But I'm close enough to getting it done that I'm just resigning myself to just doing it now. If I abandoned at this point, it'd just feel like so much of the effort I've put in so far would be wasted. I'm just going to accept it. I'm going to enclose it. And it'll be fine. Oh, I probably want to set up a few or at least one more independent cooling loop in here. I was just thinking about the waste tank. Since I've got oh, I've apparently filled my mining backpacks. Might go inside. Oops. Meant to turn that off before I put it away. Since I've got... Oh man, I lost my train of thought. Stupid running out of storage space.
Hydration critical.
So, I was saying before that what I want to do is make my kind of dumping tanks first. Because I want to put the dumping, like what I'll probably do is evacuate that volume into the dumping tank. I'm thinking I might make a cooling loop that is specifically for my dumping tank. So it brings the dumping tank down to a reasonable temperature, so that when it then gets filtered to the other tanks, it's already cool. Obviously, I'll then probably need to have a separate off gas from the furnace thing to bring some of that gas back, but I don't know. I just don't know how to manage the hot and cold gas thing while trying to keep the hot gases as hot as I can. What I probably need to do... Oh, yeah, that's what I need to do. I have cold gas. Or outside. I'd probably just use outside gas rather than cold gas. So if I just take gas from outside that I can pump into a storage area which is where the heaters are attached to. If I have an IC chip controlling that so that once it gets up to 2000 degrees, it then gets shifted to the hot tank and added to the hot tank as long as the hot tank is below a safety threshold pressure. That's probably my best way of making sure that the hot gas stays hot and stays full. Because whenever it's able to be filled by the currently heated gas, it'll be added to it. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's actually a fair point, Twipped. I probably want to filter off pollutants at higher temperature before I bring it down to cooler. What am I doing in here? Emptying my ores. I think I might need a nickel bag.
Hunger critical.
Yeah, I'll deal with you in a second. Actually, the orange one could be the nickel bag. Orange is close enough. Oh, I was wondering if anyone would point out how close nickel bag is to something else. Oh, considering I wasn't actively mining, I collected a lot of materials. Yeah, that one's empty. Let's empty this one. Oh, I'm gonna need to make a silicon backpack. If I end up mining any more. No, we do. Australia does not do nickels, dimes, shillings, sixpence, whatever the heck other things. In fact, we don't even have 1 or 2 cent coins anymore. We haven't for a long time. Also, I can't remember the last time I handled a coin. It's been a very long time since I even handled a coin. When you're paying with cash, 1 or 2 rounds down, 3 or 4 rounds up, 6 or 7 rounds down, 8 or 9 rounds up. That's how the rounding's always worked. But yeah. I feel like it was... I don't even know if we... Was it the 90s that we got rid of the 1 and 2 cent coins? I think it might have been somewhere in the 90s. The fridge should have a light in it. Yeah, it really should. It really should. I don't know what that did. If anything, for my hygiene. But I used the sanitizer anyway. But yeah, I just pay with... My license is on my phone, my cards are on my phone, so I don't even carry a wallet anymore. The last time I needed a wallet was PAX last year. Wait, did I even take one to PAX? I think I did. Oh yeah, I did. I had to take it to PAX. When traveling down to Melbourne, because some hotels still need a physical card to swipe to do the just in case you break stuff charge. They can't do it from a tap and go thing. So that's why I needed to find my wallet, which I couldn't remember where it was, and then find my current credit card. And that was all very difficult. My partner was rolling her eyes at me a lot during that process. You say if the internet collapses, we're screwed. I'm screwed. A little bit. There was a big outage of one of the large telecommunications providers here, and a lot of businesses had to shut down for the day because they couldn't actually charge people. My barber was I went to that day, and they luckily were able to borrow the neighboring shop's Wi-Fi so they could connect because the neighboring shop was on a different telco. Thanks, Stonebreaker. Thanks for the Prime sub. But honestly, it's so rare that it's just like, it's fine. I like that my driver's license and everything is just on my phone and I don't have to carry anything. Less things in my pocketses. Although I do still... Actually, I think one of the last times I found cash was finding a $20 note in a pair of my board shorts. Because it's always handy to have a... I never liked the idea of taking my card into the surf. Never sure whether it would corrode it or not. My whole life is on my phone. Yeah. It's delightful. So easy. I have car key in one pocket, phone in the other pocket, and I'm sorted. I can leave the house. I don't think the police, when they're checking your license on your phone, typically take your phone from you. They usually scan the thing for you, and they usually scan it instead. I think it's a COVID safe thing. So they're not touching people's grotty phones. There we go. James, that statement might be true depending... It varies depending on where in the world you are and what social supports there are available in the countries you're talking about. Oh, that echo. I've never heard the game do that echo before. Probably because I haven't pressurized large spaces like this. Do I have another level I can dig, or am I going to have slightly ugly floors? This is bedrock. Okay. That's annoying. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, man. Gordita. Oh, that brings back memories. Oh. Manual credit card processing machines. The pharmacy I worked at when I was in high school and through into uni, I had to learn how to do that because I was one of the kind of store supervisors. Oh, hated it so much. Dealing with all those carbon copies. That was something else.
Wasteland caution.
Alright, I need to decide whether the floor is going to be at bedrock or whether it's going to be a block above. I think I want to do at bedrock. But it just might be annoying for making it airtight. The drill is not on flatten. That is bedrock. The way the bedrock works is weird. If there's an ore in the bedrock, you can get the ore out and then you create a divot. And if that ore train continues uninterrupted, you can get really quite deep. But you can't dig anything around it. It's odd. Took me a while to work out what was going on there. But yeah, that's how it works. Strange. Yeah, I don't know why. I've said this so many times. I don't know why the bedrock is so shallow on Venus. It's real weird. Really, really weird. But taking me back to something I said really early on in the stream, I was looking at someone's screenshots on the Stationeers Discord, and they built like a high-rise. And now that I've mostly got the cooling situation understood, that could be something I could do. So you can see, I can drill that bit, can't drill this bit. Because those had ores, and the other bit doesn't. Hard mode reduces volume for ores to exist. Oh, really? Oh, I just did it dumb. There we go, that's fixed. Whoa. Any other ores? Okay. So now, I think I'm going to have to place these in the floor just to make sure that this transition from the wall to the floor remains airtight. But I think what I can do is potentially just do all the way around the outside initially. Because I can deal with making this downstairs area pretty much later. How many more frames am I going to need? Just that back wall. Okay, cool. Missed that bit. Alright, let's go get some stuff to weld this up. This room's ridiculous. What have I done? I trust ground airtightness once it's established, but if I'm doing anything to modify the ground in that space, I don't trust it. But once you've established the room and you're not changing it, like this has been airtight with my ceiling as it is for ages, but it's just when I start modifying it that I'm worried the things are gonna break. So I still need more frames. I don't have enough yet. Let's get some more frames. We'll need at least 50 of them. Oh dear, I just put the 500 grams in. No! That's not what I wanted to do. No. There are all nuclears in there already. Yeah, the Venus fog is a thing, isn't it? If I can start making the tanks. So let's make some insulated tanks. Get tank insulated. Need copper and silicon. I'm gonna need a bunch of these. That's gonna give me 3. Wow, did I really use up all that silicon? Ooh, I did. I'm gonna need to process some more silicon to make tanks. Huh. Holy cow. I'm going through so much stuff today. Shouldn't really surprise me, but it still does. Those away. Might just process some copper through there. Then we will start doing some silicone. Huh. Surprised they'll let me process that much, but why not change all my batteries? Laziness? It is something I should do. I should change all my batteries over and just make everything nuclear, and then I don't have to worry about it for ages, but just haven't. I feel like sometimes little jobs like that are things I neglect a bit more than I should when I'm live streaming, or even recording content. Which is not a great habit to have, but it's just how I've always done things. I don't tend to I tend to avoid a lot of those tasks that feel like just full on busy work things. And then try and, if I get the time, try and go and jump into those saves and fix them up when I'm not live. No. Cinemac, a deep miner is absolutely on the cards, but I thought I'd deal with my gas situation before I dealt with any sort of additional handling of material situation. Because I can mine relatively effectively, there's less drive to do that yet. Yeah, I'm playing with an ore difficulty mod that means I get more ores per thing I mine. Just to make things a little more stream friendly. Because there's a tendency for the mining process in Stationeers to end up taking so much time that for a live stream, I'd probably just end up mining all the time. Which, to be honest, for me, sounds like a really unfun situation. I'm going to stop that there and see how many I've got. Because I started out with content creation being very much focused on editing, I try to avoid the things live that I would edit out of an edited thing as much as is feasible in this context. It's obviously impossible to avoid all of the things, like pauses when I'm drinking or eating or something like that, but or when I'm reading chat. But it's just one of those things I can't get away from. I find. I'll do 2 more of those, get 60, and then I'll start printing off some steel sheets again, because I'm going to need a bunch of those. Do I cave to pressure? Do I build a stacker? I think I might build a stacker. No, the hot gas feed to the furnace wasn't left on. See, that's fine. That's off. It's all off. All off. I'm making one. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm caving to peer pressure. It's happened. The thing has happened. There is one stacker. I might add others later, but there's one for now. There you go. Let that run. I love that I'm now getting comments about being a monster for making a stacker. It's perfect. That's how it should be. The stacker's the wrong way, is it? Whoops. Did I really put it the wrong way? I did. uh... uh, there was part of me that wanted to leave that. Try that again. There we go. How'd I go? Nope. My waste tank is relatively full. Let's go empty it. Oh, right. There's different versions of that, aren't there? I forgot. I didn't even think to change to the other version because I forgot that there were other versions of stackers because I use them so rarely. The extra curse to the stacker should be set to 49. Okay. This isn't great for being out here. It's not ideal. Logic reader checks the temperature of the hot tank, takes a log of that value, and sets the stacker amount to that result. Oh dear. Special kind of evil to suggest that I would use logarithmic values for things if I'm not forced to. Yep, the trader has been sat there for a long while. I probably didn't need to keep him there, but it's there, so I've just left it. Alright. I'm very much kind of stuck. I can't do any work in there because of the storm. So I'm going to see if I can get myself inside. And maybe see what options I've got for piping my waste tank emptying thing through into my main room. The trader's a really useful beacon. It's really bright. So if I go out mining, I can usually find my base by the trader's ship. Okay, so I can't do anything out there. Let's grab a couple of stacks of pipe. I do possibly, yeah, I can use that line through to bring something through to emptying. Alright, yeah, what the heck. Let's make an extra emptier. I'm stuck inside anyway, I may as well have another temporary one. Save me coming in here quite so often. Oh, nice, Tex. Will's gift sub's still going. Cool. How's it going, Tex? How are you finding Planet Crafter now that I presume you've bought it? Since we were talking about that before. Oh, whoops, that doesn't happen yet. I need to keep that up. Get that down lower. True, all the O2 cooling pipes can go. Ah, glad you're enjoying it, Tex. It's an oddly satisfying game. Planet Crafter. Surprisingly satisfying game, I think, for me. Probably the other way to put it. I think I might have a pipe in the ceiling. No? Weird. Okay. Now I need pipe utility thingy-majiggies. Do I have any lying around here? Got water ones. There we go. See if I put them the right way around. Are they always? Yep. Alright. It is what it is. I want canister. Now, annoyingly, unless I pull these out, like unless I pull the second one out before I grab the other one, I won't be able to do a quick swap of both tanks without the tank then going into then instantly putting gas into that. But these should now empty. There we go. Hooray! I've done 2 things that were annoying a lot of people and fixed them. I have waste tank emptying in my main room now. I have my oxygen properly cooled, and I have a stacker. But I should probably stop because I've already got 150 things. Probably should have turned the stacker off. Yeah, be fine. It'll be fine. Alright, back out I go. Character needs a shower very badly. Yes, yes he does. Oh, 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 oh. Let's check that on the ground for a second. Grab my welder. Oh. This is just to be a bit extra safe with the air tightness that I'm doing this. Because obviously I'm going to want to vacuum, or at least evacuate most of the air from this room, and eventually potentially cool it. Is that as far as I got? No, why would... Why wouldn't my welder work? You can't die from dirtiness in the game. It's very intentional that the hygiene has an impact, but it's not a required thing to deal with. They wanted it to be semi-optional, so that it wasn't super annoying. You get worse prices from traders if you stink. Well, there are some downsides to stinking. There are some fairly big downsides to it. Where you use more water, you use more food, and so you have to deal with them a bit more often. If your mood's low. Yes, nuclear welding. It's the only way to weld. I don't know why I didn't already have a nuclear battery in this. Just happened that way. But I do now. Let's swap those out. Hey, okay. I don't know how I've tolerated having a normal large battery in the welder for as long as I have, because it's not something I normally would have put up with either. But But I think it's just I didn't have nuclear batteries for so long that I just didn't. Okay, I think this will be the last frames to place down. Oh, no, I want to weld the corner bits before I place them. Just to make it safer in case I'm digging around here. Oh, it's weird having the echo change as I move. There we go. It's all the frames that need to be in this room, except for that back wall, which I'm not sure what to do with yet. May well just close it off and then try and think about what to do with it later. I'm going to need an awful lot of steel for this. Sort of want to count it out and figure out how much, approximately, but I also kind of just want to make the steel and just get it done. Mas, I know how you feel with a friend that gets distracted by doing other things before you get to the stage that you want. Although, I say that, I've been guilty of being that person getting distracted as well. So that was nearly 100 I used up. Probably need 200 to 300 more. Maybe 300.
Waste tank caution.
Let's just quickly swap those. And then I'm going to grab this. And start thinking about how these are going to be laid out. That's in the wall. That's still going to be in a wall once I clad it. I put it there, so I probably want it out that far. That's misaligned from where I wanted it to be. Your rough guess is 365 more. Could be. Gonna be a lot. What's the temp in the big hothouse? I actually don't have a means to check it right now. Oops. So, oh, didn't want to press C. Yeah, I think I want the first one there. And then I'll leave a full frame gap, put another one down, which again will block that window, which is... It is what it is. I might well fill those up, but I kind of like the idea of the windows being slightly obstructed and being able to see the tanks through it to see what the room is. But yeah, this is sort of what I was thinking with the layout, and I'll put a tank matching on the other side, so I'll have big tank on either side. And then I can have a floor at this height, at the bottom of the tank, and then underneath it, I can put tanks for storing. Well, I can put a secondary tank for that type, or the liquid tank of that type. Plus room for filtration and all that nonsense. Yeah, I need to have room to have the liquids in the basement. So I don't need all the tanks on the same level. There we go. If I put those in, I can now then go check on the heat. I'm just going to leave that going. I need so many more steel sheets. Yeah, let's go check on the 2 hothouses. And I should really stop carrying the extra tablet. Alright, temperature. 512 Celsius. Not bad. Almost 60 degrees already. Will I be adding lights to the room? To the big room? Absolutely. To the hot room? Probably not. Where is my other hot room? Somewhere over here. Oh, there it is. Can anyone remember what temperature this was earlier on? I thought it was 700 and something, not 800 and something. So we've gained about 100 degrees over the stream. Haven't died again, Beldenik. Just the one today. Yeah, cool. Elemental 722. So 100 degrees gained. Slow, but it is free. Yeah, the mass, that is exactly what this top room is for. That little room over there is a test room just to see whether it'll ever explode. But this top room is for heat exchange, so I can use that as my furnace gas without ever having to put any effort in, any power into it. Which is nice. Place the windows in, since I'm here and I'm carrying them. I don't think I put windows on this side because I didn't really have much reason to see out this side. Just thought I'd like windows at the end of the massive long room. Do I double layer the windows? I don't... I mean, I think I might double layer them. Maybe. From an aesthetic standpoint, maybe I may want to put a layer on the inside. What that means I'm going to have to do is create a vacuum in there, though. Or have some heat exchange. So what I think I'll do is not place the inner layer until I've vacuumed this room, then place the inner layer, and then I'll have a vacuum in that space, and then it will never be able to overheat and explode. But yeah, double glazing is the plan. Is small hothouse approaching fun pressure level? I didn't actually take note of its pressure. I was just interested in the temperature. Let's have a look. $356. It's not even, like, it's not gotten to 200 kPa difference yet. Still quite a way to go. Oh. Actually, you're right, Malakat. I may not be able to do vacuum in that gap. Ugh. Hmm. Oh, I know what I can do. I just won't actually put the glass in one of the... Oh. Dang it! Do I have to make fancy windows on this building so I can vacuum it out? That's annoying. Ugh. Pooh. How expensive are those 8 gonna be? For the hardened windows, is that a separate thing? Padded goes up to 300, so I could use padded windows. Reinforced window composite. Yeah, I might just use padded windows. One, I need 8. 2. Plenty more to weld up, that's good. Okay, then I need steel sheets, even more of them. Yeah, Sinzamac. Since inside to the vacuum in between will never be more than 150 kilopascals, it really shouldn't be more than ever 100, really. But definitely not more than 150. I should be able to just put regular windows on the inside layer and just have the padded ones on the outside. These. So it looks like I'm possibly going to be cladding my base in some padding. Since I've got the windows as padded.
Waste tank caution.
Of course, I forgot to deal with my waste tank. Does that count as a padded cell? Ooh, maybe. How many Mars windows is a Venus window like? Would having 20 standard windows be that terrible once you have your full cooling setup going? I don't know. I don't know what the comparison is between a Mars window and a Venus window in terms of how much heat they're adding. Does anyone in chat know? Directly to the ratio of solar energy? I don't know what the ratio of solar energy is on Venus versus Mars. Um... Yeah, so I think trying to put some intermediate pressure in between the windows is risky because that gas in that space will eventually heat up and could eventually get hot enough to burst the windows itself. Fortunately, the way I've set up the piping, being all on cowls, for my heating room I can control its pressure if it ever gets too high for the differential for the windows. In fact, there's part of me that wants to slightly reduce the pressure in that room so that the gas that's there gets hotter faster. When it comes to heat, no gas is inert. No. About 5 times as much heat per window on Venus, we think. Okay. Quite a lot. That is quite a lot. But it was pretty easy to deal with large spaces needing cooling on Mars. I think my current cooling setup can probably handle me having a few windows. My original cooling setup absolutely could not. But my current setup seems to be doing pretty well. And once I get a few of these tanks in and some of this sorting started, I'll be trying to create some much larger buffers so that any of those intermittent additions of heat are not as big of an issue. The mass, from what people have said, the thing that affects how much heat goes into the room is the number of windows, because the windows, from a programming perspective, generate the heat themselves. So it's the actual window generating the heat whenever it is struck by sunlight. Yes. This much with windows on Mars could become a pain to keep cool. But I've built fairly large areas on Mars to keep cool before. And it wasn't really a big issue. I'm not sure whether the windows do gradual differences depending on how much light is hitting them. The way that solar panels can. That seems like potentially unnecessary processing. So may not do that for performance reasons. It feels like something you could easily just not have and people wouldn't notice. I don't think another window in the way matters. I'm not certain, but I don't think it matters. Quick check of traders to gas trader. Nah, I want to chance it. Also, no, there isn't. Nebula Nectars is not a gas trader. Now that I've got the greenhouse, I should try and produce as much gas as I can myself, I suppose. Just need the room to store it. Which is getting close to being done, actually. Or at least usable. Once I've welded up these big walls, I can then think about what I'm going to do with the back wall, and that's not a big area by comparison. Then, yeah, that is just focusing on building a whole bunch of tanks. The nuclear battery is good. Nuclear batteries are always good. And I accidentally made a whole lot more of them than I intended to, so... that's good too, I suppose. I will slowly put nuclear batteries in probably everything, but I'm not in any rush to do it.
Hunger critical.
Yeah. I'll deal with the hunger in a minute. I want to get these things welded in. I think I already did put a... oh no, maybe I didn't put a nuclear battery in my drill. I was tempted. Once I get a recycler going, I would intend to replace every single battery with either a... or maybe I'd try and set up one of those wireless things, but at least a nuclear battery in everything. Because honestly, if I put a nuclear battery in everything, then I probably don't need to worry about most of them most of the time. Oh yeah. This is good. I've got that wall finished. This front wall will be finished in a moment. Just need to put the glass in the windows. Do I need to swap the airlock batteries? There's enough power in a large battery to run the airlock a few times. I mean, I guess I could. Probably no harm. There's no harm in doing it, but it's just... does it need to happen? And is it more beneficial or less than putting it in my hand drill? I don't know where I stand on that. Oh boy. So much welding. The upshot of this is once this is welded, like this isn't going to be something I have to come back to welding again later. I've only got a few more blocks there, and then I need to figure out the end wall. What do I want to do with that wall? I need an entryway, so I'm going to need to dig out that top corner so I can at least fly in and out. Maybe I want to now figure out how this connects up to my base and make an actual airlock connection from this to my base. That's what I should probably work out once I've got that done. Yeah, that's fair with the nuclear putting them in there. It's just, what the heck, I may as well. That is a fair point. Let's get some food and water so that beeping can go away. Yummy, yummy muffin. Oh no, I ran out of muffin. More muffin. Yes. Bless this mess. I've got so much mess. I love it. I think I'm going to be almost sad when I make all the floors clean eventually. Home sweet junk pile. It has gotten worse. It has gotten so much worse. I still need more. I'm still gonna need more steel sheets because I need to make the floors. Means I need flat walls. Maybe I'll order up some flat walls now. And turn you off because I don't want to make a huge, massive piles of them. That does still fill, right? No, it doesn't. That's annoying. Oh well. I'll leave that running. It'll be fine. I'm sure it won't be a terrible, terrible problem. I need to find my beacon. I should have a beacon in storage somewhere. But I need to find my beacon so that I can put it down in the base and then I can dig toward that spot from out here. Because I want to do the connection now. Ah! I'm getting pushed by the air coming out of the frames as I weld them up. Or it feels like that. Yeah.
Waste tank caution.
Oh, yeah, Barnaby. That's a fair point. I could use the, what's the sensor called that allows you to see through the walls to see your piping and stuff? I could do that. I don't know how useful it'll be versus having a beacon to tell me distance, though. But yeah, that could be a way to see enough through the walls. Here you go. Have an exciting be right back. Will my waste tank overfill? I'm back. It's all good. No dead. Huh. Okay. Do I have a beacon on the wall somewhere here? I actually don't see one. Hmm. Alright. Sensor processing unit T-ray scanner. Nothing too crazy for that. Is it in the pile by the charger? It could be. We'll see how well this works anyway. I think it's a good idea. Let's discover what I can see. Oh, look at that. I was actually quite... Ooh. That's not too bad at all. Not too bad at all. Really? Because that's the air conditioning unit. So if I build a little bit of a floor and stand on that, I should be able to drill basically into... Yeah, into the furnace room. Obviously, closing this off and turning off the vent system in the furnace room before I pop through into it. Yeah, that should work. Yeah, I think they call it... Is it a meson scanner that they called this? Something like that? It is a very nice addition to make things like that a lot easier to deal with. Um... Oh, Meson Scanner is the Space Station 13 name for it. I see. That explains a lot. This floor here is just temporary. I need something to stand on while I mine, because otherwise I will get thrown into the wall. Alright, I need plastic, not... Oh, I forgot to turn off the flat walls being made. Whoops. How bad will the airflow be when I punch through? It could be fun. Be interesting to find out. Oh, it looks like I may have run out of... No, it stopped. Huh. Well, that's annoying. A bit annoying, but not that annoying. Sort of weird. In between. Pipe pile. There you go. Have more pipes. What do I need? Need to go in here and I need to turn off the IC chip. Set up a turbine generator and then punch through. Let's turn you off, and that vent will stay off, and this should remain safe. And I'm probably going to pop out... I'm hoping to pop out about here. Or maybe just this block behind that, so once I get to that, that should be alright. Then I'll be right in behind the lockers. Perfect. I feel like it's important that I get this bit done. You can put pipes on the wall and form a cross as a target. If I have to go back inside, I'll try and remember to do that. Well, at least this is all at the correct level. So, how do I want to approach this wall? Do I close this off with frames now? Hmm. Yeah, I think close this off with frames where it is. And if I need to expand the room later, I can expand back towards the mountain like this. Okay, so let's do that then. Ah, mosquitoes, stop flying in front of my face. Grr. Seriously, how do I miss this thing so many times today? I'm normally much better at this. Will it mess with my airlocks if I just punch through? No. That'll be fine. No, the mosquitoes I'm trying to kill are normal size mosquitoes. Oh, nuts. I'm going to be a few frames short, I think. Oh, too short. That's annoying. Okay, swap that out for those. Normal size for Australia. I don't think we've got big mosquitoes. I think they're just normal sized ones. Let's turn those off, because that's distracting. Cool, but distracting. The shower part is not super concerning most of the time. It does mean I'm using up more water and food, but yeah. The shower will be dealt with in the future at some point. Let's stop these getting made, because that's going to be enough for the moment. And I need a steel frame. 3 of them. I mean, apparently the thing I thought was a mega mosquito a while back, people informed me is actually a mosquito eater. So it hunts mosquitoes. Which is kind of cool to learn. Still not a fan of having them in my room when I'm trying to go to sleep, because it's a really annoying noise. They're super loud. So I do tend to get rid of them. But knowing that at least they're not planning on eating me is nice. Drinking my blood. So this, once these are welded up, I'd only require the windows to make this room airtight. Yeah, test unit, I put frames down into the bedrock to ensure that the corner would be airtight. So there are frames all the way around in the bedrock. Want it to be as safe as possible with the airtightness. I'm definitely going to need different ways of connecting this to the rest of the base later, but for now, this is what I'm going to do. Just so that I have a functional connection for while I work on the actual filtration and storage system. Just Buzz, pretty sure Australia doesn't have any venomous mosquitoes. Do have mosquitoes that carry horrible diseases, though. In the top end. Ross River and stuff. Catback streaming on a Friday? What's going on? Where's my drill? Where's my drill at? No, no airlock planned here. Yet. Though, before I pop through, I probably do want to put those windows in, actually. Ah! My jetpack can barely beat the breeze. I have heard that Minnesota is pretty bad for mosquitoes. There's a book that I've read where the author constantly brings it up. Pipe cross, yes. Why else was I coming in here? Glass. I forgot to bring any. Well, I don't have a cross, but this'll have to do. Should be able to see that, right? Yep, it's got a unique shape. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with all this air. I think I'm going to try and put it in a tank. I think. Which is probably crazy, but I need to set up a system to do that anyway. And there we go. This room should be airtight. There we go, I can see the little thing. Tablet will say room whether it's airtight or not. Just because it says it's a room doesn't mean it's airtight. now for the earth-shattering kaboom. Possibly. Though, less kaboom, more bony crunching sounds. As everything inside my suit gets liquefied under the pressure. Well, it's definitely airtight because the pressure is going down as I add more volume. That's a very random question, Dragdon. Would the guys in Home Alone have survived that? Probably not. They certainly came bouncing back pretty quickly for the injuries they suffered. Yeah, a little bit of gold to off gas. But now that I got plants, I don't have to put too much energy into off gassing gold, hopefully. My hope is to get this gas storage filtration setup going, and then have a go at making an automated harvesting system for switchgrass. So I can have a whole bunch of switchgrass growing and producing oxygen, and then being used to produce hydrogen through the, I think, going to fuel and then combusting it or something? I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. Because apparently the composter isn't the way to go with it. I think I'm remembering correctly. Because the composter uses a huge amount of water. And so there's some other way to get from plant to hydrogen, or maybe there's a different, maybe it's not the composter, maybe it's something, another component of it. But there's a component of it that I shouldn't be using, which would apparently be the more obvious way of going. I am very close now. Let's make my vision a bit clearer. There we go. Surprisingly little push. That was very anticlimactic. Hey. Yeah, just a bit of a whistling as the air goes through, that's all. Cool. I have it connected. I can jump a long way in the wind, though. So what I was thinking of doing was going and getting a tank and connecting that tank to my waste pipe here so that I can pump this into a tank and see how much of the air I can get out as is. But the risk of that is that I end up creating liquid pollutant and I have to deal with all of that side of things. But I think, given that it is now 11 o'clock,
Please take caution.
I might call it here for today's stream, because now I'm ready to go next time to wire up, like run some heavy cable through to the new section and start pumping all of this gas into that big tank that's already there, and having a safety liquid valve so that I can get the liquids out of it when the pollutant inevitably becomes liquid before I can dump it out. But that was a big construction project that is now the big part, rather than the finessing part, is done, and it's ready for me to actually do some real work on it, which is cool. I will be back over on Shadow's channel later this evening, in about 9 hours, over on Shadow's channel, playing some games with her and some of her friends, and then I'll be back on Sunday with some more Space Engineers with Shadow, and then Monday with what is going to be the completion of Planet Crafter, because no matter what, I'm finishing it on Monday, which is exciting. And see whether we can, how quickly TFE and I can get there. So there's all that, and plenty more to come, as well as Scrapyard over on YouTube on Sunday. Forgot about that one. Scrapyard too. All that, plenty more to come, and I will see you then. Let's go raid a Capac, I guess, since he's live for some weird reason. He's not at work.